Test 1, 2. Check, check. I'll be able to hear myself, right? Check, check. Check, check.
You hear yourself?
Check. Yep.
This one likes to. Oh, that's one. Now you'll be able to hear yourself.
Sweet. Yeah. You can hear it. Okay, sweet. Lance. Lance, Lantz. Yep. What is that? Jens, Jens. Lantz, Lantz.
Okay.
There we go.
Now I'll turn up.
Good evening. Welcome to the WIA Division II Team Sectional A here in Somerset, Wisconsin here tonight. We'll have Neilsville Greenwood Loyal taking on St. Croix Falls. We'll be starting at 190 here in about 5 minutes.
school district require good sportsmanship and education-based sporting events. Attendance at interscholastic activities is a privilege with the expectation to exhibit positive and respectful behavior. For the enjoyment and respect of all in attendance, your cooperation in demonstrating the high ideals.
If you are just joining us, we're moments away from the national anthem here, and then we will be starting at 190 pounds.
And Tree of Health for their coverage of our athletic trainers at all health events. Kyle and Teresa, among others. Now, to honor America, would you please rise if you are able and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem by Somerset seniors Ellie and Morgan Shelburne.
And we are about to begin here following the national anthem. One side of the gym will have St. Croix Central taking on Medford, and then on our mat we'll have St. Croix Falls taking on Neillsville Greenwood Loyal. Again, we'll be starting at 190 pounds tonight.
The finals will start 20 minutes after the semifinals finish.
Once we conclude this round of action, we'll take a 20-minute break, and then we'll get set for the finals following that. Starting at 190 pounds for St. Croix Falls, they're going to send out Joe Pethbridge. And from Neillsville Greenwood Loyal, looks like they'll send out Dane Luchterhand. Neillsville will be red on the score clock. St. Croix Falls will be green. Actually, Dane Luchterhand qualified, or he weighed in at 175. It looks like he will be wrestling 190. That's where he qualified, and he will wrestle at sectionals next week here in Tomahawk. Dane 37-10 on the year. He's a senior. Joe Petherbridge, he is also a qualifier here at 190. He is a junior. Getting a few things taken care of here on the scoreboard before we get started. Good action over on the other mat between St. Croix Central and Medford. They're a minute in. Still dealing with a few technical difficulties here. Just looking at the weigh-in sheet here, Neillsville, Greenwood Loyal. They a few weight classes they will not be filling here tonight. They have the opportunity to move some guys around, but looks like they're going to be missing about 4 or 5 weight class as it looks on the weigh-in sheet. St. Croix Falls, on the other hand, they got a full squad. Still got a good match going on here over in the other mat. Noah Nussbaum takes a 1-0 lead on a stall call early in the first period. Oh, and as I say that, we're head over to the other mat. We're getting started. Damian Luchterhand in the red here. Joe Petherbridge in the green. Right now tied up ear to ear. Both guys feeling each other out here early in the first period. Joe with an inside collar tie. Dane looking wrists. You can tell Joe Petherbridge he might have a length advantage on Dane Luchterhand here. 2 totally different builds. Short, stocky as Dane Luchterhand. Joe Petherbridge, long and lengthy. Neither guy really committing to anything here early on. Forehead to forehead. Really feeling each other out. What, about a minute into this first period. Continuing to head fight, hand fight. Really not much action here, both guys standing in the center of the mat. Joe really controlling the inside. He's got 2 hands on the collar. Neither guy really putting anything together, just kind of standing out front of each other right now. 10 seconds left here in the first period. Good, really not a ton of action there in the first period. Red will get choice first. Dane Luchterhand's gonna take bottom. Dane Luchterhand takes the bottom position here to start for second period. Joe Petherbridge on top. Let's see if he can use that length to his advantage. Right away, Joe Petherbridge, cradle ride. He's hooking the back ankle. He's elevating the ankle. Good solid base. You can tell he's really looking to go cross-face cradle here. putting a lot of pressure, using that length. Nice job. Right as I say that, Dane back down to the mat. Dane gets to his feet. Joe takes him out of bounds. Stalling on green. Quick stall call. Again, we restart with 1:30 left in the second period. Good, solid pressure on top. Hooking the back ankle, looking to elevate it. Good job of Dane Luchterhand getting to his feet, and a little reversal standing switch there for Dane Luchterhand, and now he's gonna go to work on top, and he's got a cradle locked up. He's gonna look to run him through. Both these guys qualified for the sectional tournament next week. And as I say that, Dane Luchterhand loses his near side cradle, but he's going to work. He's got Joe flat on his stomach. He's looking for wrist, keeping good head position, head pressure, driving with his feet. Joe looks to quad pod up. He's looking for hand control. Quad pod, he's looking to quad pod up. Dane doing a great job of continuing to drive forward, not letting him build up to his feet. Right now, Dane looking coffee grinder, looking to control those wrists, and another stall call on the bottom. And just like that, another point goes up for Dane Luchterhand. Referee felt that his head was laying on the mat, and he hit him again. We got 20 seconds left here in the second period. 3-0 lead for Dane Luchterhand. Off the whistle, Joe Petherbridge. Quad pod's up, but he leaves his head on the mat. Dane Luchterhand looking to go half. Short time here. Good, 3-0 as we head into the third period. Joe Petherbridge decision here in the third period. He's down by 3. He chooses top. Did a great job in the first period for the first minute, really hooking that back ankle, looking for a cradle. See if he can get back to that here. Good bump off the whistle. Again, looking to hook that back ankle. He's making his opponent carry all his weight. And he's got a cradle locked up here. We'll see if he can. Dane Luchterhand looking to break the lock, and Dane slips his arm through, reverses him to his back. He's got him on his back here. We got a full minute here. He's looking for the fall. This will be a big pin for Neilsville, as they'll need to make up points where they don't fill a whole team. He's just got to lift the head, get his hands out from underneath his shoulders. He's keeping his hands underneath the shoulders, making it hard for the referee to call it. Now he lifts the post of the arm out, reverses grip to a headlock. We got a minute left here in the third period. That's getting tight. Dane Luchterhand looking for the fall. Got to lift the head. 30 seconds left. And there's the fall. 30 seconds left in the third period. He gets the fall, and that'll put Neilsville up 6-0 after 1. Neilsville will strike first with a fall from Dane Luchterhand. And from there we'll move to 2:15. St. Croix Falls will send out Over on the other mat, St. Croix Central takes a 3-0 lead, excuse me. As Noah Nussbaum won by regular decision. Back over to Neillsville and St. Croix Falls. Neillsville will forfeit 2-15. Looks like it was Casey Johnson that received the forfeit. Just like that, that'll tie up the score. 6-6 heading into heavyweight. A lot of chaos early in the St. Croix Central Medford match. Both crowds really into it. Makes for an exciting team sectionals. So far, we're kind of off to a slow start over here. St. Croix Falls and Neillsville with a lot of technical difficulties early on here. Neillsville looks to be forfeiting heavyweight as well. Looks like Logan Bachman, who also is a sectional qualifier, takes the forfeit. Just like that, St. Croix Falls leads 12-6, and now we move to the little guys here. 106, St. Croix Falls will send out Caden Hahn. Caden is 36-10 on the year. He's a sophomore. And Neillsville will send out Chase Linder, also a qualifier here with a record of 28-15. He's a freshman. These guys look to be on the same side of the bracket next week or this weekend at sectionals in Tomahawk. If you're watching our stream and you're not watching St. Croix Central Medford, got another good match here at 2:15. Still team score of 3-0 for St. Croix Central. And we're back here. Caden Hahn, St. Croix Falls, Chase Linder, Neillsville. Again, Neillsville will be red. St. Croix Falls will be green. First period begins here right away in on a single leg here for Caden Hahn. He pulls him down into look from the cradle a little early. Now he's wrestling against the edge here. Sometimes you just got to take your points when they're there. Neillsville, Linder looking for a little fireman's action there. Dump action, excuse me. We come back to our feet. Caden on a collar, nice little attack there from Linder. He's stuck in front headlock again. Stuck on two knees, got to be building up if you're Linder here. Hahn keep chasing the corner, and just like that, Linder in on a high crotch. Trying to switch off to a double. Caden Hahn doing a great job of covering his head with his hips, stuffing head. Still no points. We're a minute into the first period. And there's a go behind for Caden Hahn as he takes an early 2-0 lead. He's going to cut him. He's got his hands on his head. There's an escape for Linder. 2-1, 45 seconds left here in the first period. Caden backing on a low single here, looking to run corner. Linder kind of pulls him on top of him. Takedown. He leads 4-1. Just as I say that, he's trying to intentionally release him. Linder drops in on a leg of his own. Linder back in that front headlock position. Caden Hahn still in control. 10 seconds to go here. No loss of control yet. A lot of wrestling early on the knees. In the first period, and 4-1, Caden Hahn leads. It's his choice to begin. He defers to Linder. Linder chooses down. First move so critical on bottom. Right away off the whistle, Linder stands up. Good little mat return, pulls him back down to the mat. And now he's going to work on top, looking for wrists, near wrists. Keeping good, solid pressure off his knees, driving forward. Looking to pull back a bar arm. Linder continues to build up to his base, doing a great job on bottom. Now he's got to look to peel hands and try and find hand control and get to his feet for himself. Just as I say that, Hahn's doing a great job keeping him flat. He's really looking to pull those wrists out. Again, puts him back down to his stomach. He's driving a half, gets a half, and he gets it pretty deep. Getting near fall now. That looks to be pretty tight. Caden Hahn looking for the fall. And there's the fall. Minute into the second period, he gets the fall. St. Croix Falls will take an 18-6 lead into 113. Again, those guys could meet next week as they're on the same side of the bracket at sectionals here at Tomahawk Saturday. Excuse me. Move on to 113, Ridge Tibbet, sophomore, 32-15, qualified for the sectional tournament this weekend. He will take on Dominic Vibrock, a freshman, 33-14. Both these guys look pretty long and lengthy for the weight class. Both young, still developing. Guys step to the line, shake hands, and we're off here first period. Nice little ankle pick attempt there for Ridge. Nice little far ankle scramble here, and he ends up on a leg of his own. He's looking to build up to his feet. Gotta keep moving. Ridge looking for a little spladle of his own. Nothing yet. He's got a takedown there. A lot of action there in the first 30 seconds of the match. Ridge takes a 2-0 lead right away, and now he's going to work on top. He's pulled the bar arm back. Pulls it, he's got him flat. He's running a bar and a half now. Dom looking to quad pod up. Quad pods up. He's got to look for hand control as he's coming up, get his weight back. As I say, that Ridge, good solid forward pressure right back down to the mat. And now Ridge hooking an ankle of his own. Coffee grinder, he's probably looking for a bar arm from that position. "45 seconds here in the first period left. Good solid pressure there for Ridge. Dominic really trying to get a get to his quad pod position. You can tell that's where he feels most comfortable. He's just moving a little too slow. Back to a quad pod there for V-Brock. As I say that, Ridge hooks back ankle, walks it out. He pulls that in there. Almost a reversal there right at the end of the first period, but we'll head into the second period with Ridge Tibbet leading 2-0. Ridge's choice, he's going to defer. Dominic V-Brock is going to choose down. Maybe a little bit of confidence there at the end of the first period, almost getting a reversal. He attempts to switch right away after the first period. He's digging, he's looking to scoot, and Tibbet jumps over to the opposite side. Still riding. V-Brock on a leg, but Tibbet still has that back ankle hooked. Continuing to drive forward, keep weight forward. And there, down, gets to his feet. Tibbet throws in his near leg, and potentially dangerous call. They're gonna caution Tibbet, as he did not have his hand on the belly button to start. As I say, that sit out for Dominic V-Brock, and a locks up a quick cradle, does Tibbet. Really extended on his cradle, lets go of it, and now he's gonna go back to his coffee grinder. In order for Dom V-Brock to really get away, he's gonna need to clear his arms. Tibbet doing a great job finding those wrists, finding those limbs that are just hanging there. Oh, as I say that, V-Brock looking for a Peterson. He's looking to dig his feet in. 45 seconds to go here in the second period, and he gets it. There's a reversal, and now there's near fall. Just like that, tables have turned there. 3 near fall. Dom V-Brock goes up 5-2 with 30 seconds left in the second period. Tibbet really dominated the first period and a half, and now Dom V-Brock makes it 5-2, and he's got a cradle locked up looking for more, and then gets a little extended, but we could see near fall. Got a cradle locked up, 5 seconds here, and there's near fall. He's gonna get at least 2. He gets 2 more. He's gonna go into this third period leading 7-2. Big second period, big last minute for Dominic V-Brock. Tibbet chooses neutral here in the third. Off the whistle, V-Brock shoots a double, head down. Tibbet really trying to run corner. He's looking cradle. He's got a cradle locked up if he wants it. He gets the takedown. He's still got the cradle locked up. 7-4. He takes him to his back. He's going to tie this match up. Early third period. We're still 1:30 left in this period. Still has a cradle locked up. And close to near fall. It's close. Spending a lot of time on that cradle position, lets it go. And now he's gonna have to make a decision. Does he let him go and try and get some takedowns? He's taken him down easy twice. He elects to continue to ride him. 7-4, a minute left here. Ridge Tibbet goes Merkel position. He's going to look to roll him through. And Dom with the reversal. He slips his arm out and he gets the reversal. It's 9-4, 30 seconds left here. You can tell Dom feels very comfortable on top. He goes looking for his cradles right away. 3 near fall would give him a major. He's got him on his back, 12 seconds left. He's gonna get his 3 near fall. That's gonna make it 12-4. He's gonna pick up the major decision. And just like that, St. Croix Falls is gonna take the lead 22-6 as we head into 120. Tibbet really dominated the first period and a half, and then the wheels kind of fell off as V-Brock was able to get a key reversal to the back in a Peterson, and then really was able to score a couple points, back points off some cradles. Great match. Now we headed to 120 here, where St. Croix Falls will receive a forfeit. Looks like maybe Carter Ridgway take the forfeit, and that gives the Saints a 28-6 lead heading into 126. 126. St. Croix Falls, we got Cole Steffen. He is a qualifier. He's a senior with a record of 36-10. And from Neilsville Greenwood Loyal, Jerome Buchanan. He is a freshman. Cole Steffen qualified for the sectional tournament this weekend. Jerome Buchanan, younger brother of Stephen Buchanan, I believe. Wrestles at Oklahoma, NCAA All-American. Right away, Jerome, nice little mat return for the takedown, and he's working on top with a half Nelson. Cole Steffen looks for the reversal, falls into a reversal, and he's got the takedown, reversal. He's looking for near fall, and there's near fall. He's got a 2 count right now, and he's looking for more, and there's the fall. A minute 40 into this first period, he gets a fall, gets taken down, gets a reversal, and gets the fall. That will give the Saints a 34-6 lead heading into 132. At 132, Cody Fleck of St. Croix Falls, a senior. And from Neilsville, looks like we have let's see who we have here. Excuse me, the last match was actually not Jerome Buchanan, I don't believe, as that was Josh Reese. Looks like right now we have Adam Kautzer, I believe. He is a qualifier, 27-13 on the year. He's a freshman. As I say that, Cody Fleck in on a high crotch, and he gets the takedown. He pulls him right back into a crab ride there. He goes double legs in. He's looking to spread him out. Good solid base here. He looks to break Kautzer down to his belly. Cody Fleck really going to work on top. He's got a cross wrist here. He's going to go a cross wrist tilt here. He's getting swipes. Gets a 1 count. That's about it. He throws a leg in right away. Now he goes to a Turk position. Kautzer flattens back up to his stomach. Good solid ride there for Cody Fleck here. He takes a 2-0 lead heading into the second period. Fleck's gonna defer. Kautzer, hope I'm saying that right. He chooses neutral. Underhook on the left side for Cody Fleck. He clears out. Little leg attack there for Kautzer. Front headlock position. Back up to their feet. Another leg attack. Kautzer has an underhook on the right side. Now he's going to go double unders on the edge here. He's looking to pull him in, jack him up, and they go out of bounds. Restart here. Minute 30 left in the second period. Kautzer in on a seatbelt position now. Oh, he goes out. He's looking calf catcher, pulling the head down. Fleck pulls his head out. Back in that seatbelt underhook position. Kautzer steps in front. Again, looking cow catcher. Cody Fleck able to clear underhook. Minute left. Fleck dives in on a single, unable to connect. Front headlock position here for Kautzer. He comes up underhook. And a little dump attempt there for Cody Fleck. Looks like he's going to pick up the takedown. He's got the leg split. He's in a Turk here, looking to score some extra points. He leads 4-0, looking to make it 7-0 if he can convert this. 30 seconds left here in the second period, and there he turns the hips. Continues to turn the hips. He's got to bring the head with him now, and there's near fall. Oh, just a 1 count there. Needs to continue to lift, elevate that leg. Continue to turn his hips. He's not going to pick up any near fall here. Short time left. Kautzer doing a great job to not give up any near fall there. That's a tough position for the bottom man. Fleck heads into the third period here, leading 3-0 as he chooses neutral. Tied up ear to ear. Little pick attempt from Cody Fleck. Elbow control from Kautzer. Looking to work off those elbows. Doesn't get it. He's on a 2-on-1 underhook there for Fleck. Good little snap down attempt. Kautzer clears out of it with a little elbow pass by of his own. Down 4-0, minute 30 left in the third period. Kautzer's really gonna have to pick up his pace here if he's want to get back in this match. Nice little ankle pick attempt there for Fleck. He's continuing to stay on the offense. And a little headlock attempt. Fleck defends, comes out on top, and there's a takedown for Fleck. He leads 6-0, minute left here in the third period. He's got a leg in. No, excuse me, does not have a leg in. Kautzer hooking his ankle, looking to elevate it. Doing a great job here elevating it. Unable to turn into it right now. Fleck continuing to keep his hips up on top. Continuing to look to spread him out there, get him flat. He does just that. 30 seconds left here in the third period. Fleck putting a hard ride on here. And there comes his second leg. He's looking to keep him flat for the remainder of the period. Stall call on the bottom there. Not a lot he can do, to be honest. Surprised we maybe didn't see a stalemate before a stall call. Double legs in. Tough position to defend. Fleck rides him out for the remainder of the third period. And that'll be a wrap. He wins regular decision 6-0. Saints head into the next match leading 37-6. I believe that brings us to 138. Looks like we'll see Isaac Briggs from St. Croix Falls. He is a qualifier. He's a sophomore with a record of 24-14. And here is Jerome Buchanan. I think I mentioned that. That was him earlier at 126. That was actually Josh Reese. This is Jerome Buchanan, younger brother of Stephen Buchanan, All-American for Oklahoma. Jerome Buchanan, just a freshman. A lot of freshmen, sophomores up and down this lineup here for Neillsville as I take a peek. Good young talent here for years to come. Briggs real short, stocky. Buchanan real long and lengthy. Right away in a front headlock for Briggs. He's looking to run corner. He's got Buchanan's head down, and he gets a takedown. He's looking near fall right away. He's going to get a few near fall. Buchanan continuing to fight off his back. Does a great job fighting off his back. He's in a Peterson position. He's looking for it. Briggs gets two near fall, still in control, but Buchanan really looking for a Peterson here. Briggs still in control. Minute 20 left here in the first period. He'll go back behind. Still controlling from the top position. He's got a good little spiral ride. Looks for cross wrist now. Briggs riding tough, and just as I say that, he falls to a hip. Buchanan needs to hustle here. Just a little too slow on that exchange. Briggs throws in a leg. Seeing a lot of good leg riding here from St. Croix Falls. Now he's got a Turk position. Just a near leg in, and he's swinging his hips, casting his hips. It's a tough position to score from. Buchanan pops up to his feet. Still in control is Briggs. Buchanan real close here. Was real close to getting an escape. 5 seconds left here in the first period. Looks like we're gonna end with a 4-0 lead. Oh, just before I say that, they call Isaac Briggs for holding on to an ankle. There's a quick stall call. We reset the clock. There's still 2 seconds left here. There'll be 2 seconds left here. Buchanan will be on bottom. Excuse me, 5 seconds left. Briggs. Buchanan right to his feet. Nice job of quad fighting, getting to his feet. Short time left. nothing. Period ends. Great job, Buchanan, getting to his feet. Hopefully something he can really build off of. Second period, Buchanan defers. Briggs chooses down. Briggs to his feet right away, strong base. Cuts away, gets his escape. Buchanan in an underhook, over-under position. Briggs drops down to a double leg, comes through the middle. He looks to swim through the legs. He's gonna hook back ankle. He's gonna push that off, and there's his takedown. He leads 7-0 here. Briggs with a half Nelson and a far wrist. That's a tight half. Buchanan doing a great job bridging off his back. Right now, referee holding 2 near fall. Same position, same hold. It's really a different hold, but he's not going to award the 2 near fall. Seen that a lot here in college wrestling lately. Looks to be a different hold, but referees are not giving the near fall until the defensive wrestler can get back to a position. Briggs in a bar arm position. He's got a bar arm that's tight. Buchanan doing a great job showing some flexibility. Briggs is going to end up with 3 near fall. He's going to take a 10-0 lead. 30 seconds left here in the second period. Now he slides off to a half. Half and a wrist. Briggs doing a great job putting some combinations together, and just like that, he gets the fall with 10 seconds left here in the second period. And the Saints will take a 43-6 lead as we head into 144. St. Croix Falls is going to send out Kellen Kelly, state qualifier at 144. I believe he's ranked first or second in the state. Took third last year as a junior, I believe. Putting together a really good year here this year. Started the year at 150, dropped down to 144. He's going to take on either Joseph Dull or Evan Kautzer. I believe they'll be taking on Evan Kautzer, if I'm not mistaken. Just as I say that, Kellen in on a double leg, right to a Turk, putting some combinations together. Kellen Kelly with a bar on the right side. Maybe looking to go bar and half. Looks like he's got a bar wrist here. Looking to run the shoulder to the ear. Kellen Kelly still with a bar, this time on the left side. He's got a half on the right side now, and he's stacking them up. That's pretty tight. And there's the fall in just over a minute. That'll give the Saints a 49-6 lead as we head into 150. As we head into 150 here, St. Croix Falls will send out Alex Hoff, 33-8 sophomore. And for Neilsville, looks like they will bump up Joseph Dole, freshman. Looks like he might have been a 144 pounder throughout the year. Weighed in tonight here at 148. Giving Neilsville the opportunity to fill the 150-pound weight class. Collar tie single right away for Alex Hoff. Right away goes cross face cradle. Sorry, excuse me, just has a cross face right now. Now he starts running the head to the knee. Locks up a cradle there. Bottom knee in the side, and there's the fall in just under a minute, or just under 30 seconds there. He picks up the fall. And that will give the Saints a 55-6 lead here as we head into 157. For St. Croix Falls, Griffin Marco, 32-1 record. He is a sectional qualifier. He'll wrestle this weekend here at Tomahawk. And Hudson's Sebastian Opelt is going to bump up. This will be a fun match. Hudson 32-2 at 150. He's a qualifier down there at 150. Hudson is a junior. Griffin as well, a junior. Both great wrestlers. Both have family that have wrestled. Griffin Marco, the younger brother of Hunter Marco. Cole Marco wrestling at Mankato. Hudson Opelt. I know there's some relative of Phil Opelt. Both great wrestlers. Come from a long line of wrestling here. This will be a fun match. Hudson definitely has a length advantage, even coming up from 150. Good fake there from Griffin. Hudson looking to maybe go 2-on-1 on the left side. Little elbow pass by there. Griffin really just staying in solid position. Lefty collar tie, there he goes. Lefty underhook. Marco's very good in underhook position. As I say that, Hudson clears it off of a 2-on-1 of his own. 45 seconds left here in the first period. I hope we see a lot of scoring, but may not. Both great wrestlers. Right, first period, I expect them to feel each other out quite a bit. I believe these guys wrestled last year. Maybe even at the sectional tournament. Opelt really clinging onto those arms, throwing some good fakes, passing those arms. Griffin going to be a little bit more heavier of a hand fight. He's going to pull on the head. Oh, nice little knee pull there to the left side. He's going to look to finish, and nice little finish there. 10 seconds left. That's a huge takedown here at the end of the first period and a ride out. Nice quick finish. Very good. Lefty collar tie, knee pull. Brings the leg up and is able to finish fairly quickly. Griffin gets choice right away here in the second period. He's going to choose down. Right off the whistle. Little changeover action there for Griffin. He's going to get his escape. Great first move there. Again, lefty collar tie for Griffin. Hudson gonna look to go 2-1 on the left side there. He's gonna have to start stringing some things together of his own. Use that length. Some good little level changes, maybe some low singles. Good little snap there from Opelt. Griffin continues to stay inside with his left hand. Solid position. Again, left hand collar tie for Griffin. 2-on-1 on the left side there for Hudson. He's trying to climb up the arms. Again, Griffin clears out of it. We've seen that position a lot. Hudson's really gonna have to start stringing some things together here. He's gonna have to make a few adjustments. He's gone 2-on-1 pass 3-4 times now. He's gonna have to follow that up with something next. Nice little level change. Switches direction for Griffin. Again, he's in on a single. Let's see if Hudson can fend off, and Griffin able to get his feet off the mat. Get his quick takedown there. Could be a little bit of a size advantage from that position. Strength advantage. Nice little, looks to go a little cartwheel over. Tries to get a reversal, but ends up back on his stomach. In order to get through Griffin, he's gonna have to put 2-3 things together. One leg attack isn't gonna be the answer to get through Griffin's head hands defense. Stays in very solid position. Hudson's gonna start on bottom here to start the third period. He's down 5-0. Griffin, good bump off the whistle. He's driving forward with a claw. Hudson looking to quad pod up. He's gonna dig for hand control. As I say that, Griff tries to step on the foot, drive forward. But Hudson does a great job. Hudson does a great job getting to his feet, getting away. Again, lefty collar tie for Griff. He feels comfortable looking. There's that little ankle pick attempt. He's gonna have to put one more of those together though. There he felt the knee pull there. Griffin in an underhook, but Hudson seems to be pretty comfortable in an overhook position. I reiterate this again. In order for Hudson to really get to a leg, he's gonna have to put maybe 2-3 things together. One leg attack isn't gonna do it. Gonna have to go chase down an angle, and that's putting things together. Griffin does a great job just staying in good position. He makes you come to him. Controls the inside. Keeps him off balance with some fakes. As I say that, that's it. There's a stall call on Hudson. Controlling inside position is Griffin. He's staying in the center. Hudson, 20 seconds left. He's gonna have to put something together. And just as I say that, Griffin does a great job changing direction. Good lateral motion to a little ankle pick, but it was more at the knee. But it's great motion. And that's how that match is gonna end. 7-1, Griffin Marco takes that match. That's going to give the Saints a 58-6 lead. Again, we'll see both those guys wrestle next week at the sectional tournament. Hudson will be down at 150. Griffin, he'll be at 157. Up at 165 here for Neilsville, Greenwood Loyal. Gavin McFarland, he will bump up to 165. He is 31-16. He is a qualifier as a senior. Again, he qualified at 157, but here he's bumping up to 165, where he'll take on, I believe, Drake Peterson. Drake Peterson, a freshman. Drake, a freshman at 165. He's a qualifier. He'll wrestle at Tomahawk this weekend. And as I say that, he gets a nice little down block go behind. Drake's got a cradle locked up. He goes suicide, and he's looking for the fall here. Bottom knee goes in the side. He's got a minute 15 to work. St. Croix Falls really looking cross-face cradle. Doing a great job. Done a great job on top all night. Great job, Gavin, getting back to his stomach. Drake loses a cradle. 3 near fall. He leads 5-0, and just as I say that, he goes cradle to the opposite side. He looking to drive him back over. And there he's getting more near fall. He's got 2 for sure. Gavin's able to kind of fight through. He got his hand through. So we're going to get 2 near fall and then a 2 reversal there for Gavin. Drake will go up 7-2 here with about 30 seconds to go. And as I say that, he's able to swim out and get a reversal and right back in on that cradle. Man, he feels comfortable on that cradle. Suicide right through. And he's really looking for the fall. The bottom knees in the side. Short time, 5 seconds here. Drake's going to take a 12-2 lead there into the second period. He's able to cradle left, right, both left and the right side. He's pretty relentless from that position. Drake is going to be on bottom. I believe Gavin chose top. Not so sure they're going to want to go underneath Drake. And as I say that, Drake gets the reversal. And he's getting near fall from this position. Looks like they're all tied up here down here. Gavin attacking across ankle. Drake still got him on his back, but he still has his 3 near fall. Still nothing awarded. And a little bit of a scramble position here. Gavin really stuck on his back. He's gonna have to be careful. He's really in danger. That might be kind of a position of danger. Might want to look to stop it. Yeah, and he stops it now. He's going to give his 3 near fall. That's going to go 17-2 for Drake there. Second period tech fall there for Drake over Gavin. Again, we'll see both those wrestlers next week. Drake will stay at 165, but Gavin will be down at 157. Saints take a 63-6 lead heading into the final weight here, 175. For Neilsville, we'll see, I believe, Jacob Luchterhand. He's a sophomore. And from St. Croix Falls, could see, might be Eli Prokop. I don't know if I'm saying that right, or if this is Eli. They got 3 175-pounders listed. Jacob Luckton in on a high crotch, but he loses it as he brings it up as we wrestle on the edge. We're going to get a fresh start. Stalling call on Jacob Luchterhand there as ref felt as he avoided wrestling and backed out of bounds. St. Croix Falls heavy on the head, really pulling. Jacob Luchterhand looking to maybe work off those elbows. Nice little high crotch, looking to pull himself into position. Better his position. He's going to get his head and chest up. Got to get his hips underneath him. Oh, there, like I said, it's like that. He pulls him into a crackdown position, and he comes out the back there for a takedown. Takes a 2-0 lead. Nice little mat return. 45 seconds left here. Jacob Luckman looking for another little mat return. Oh, ref gives him another stall call. Man, a little bit of a weird stall call. Nice little mat return there. Jake driving forward. St. Croix falls up to his feet. Luchterhand brings him right back down to the mat. Short time here, 5 seconds. Little Peterson, or little Granby roll attempt there. Luchterhand able to kind of follow on that. Stops it. St. Croix Falls is going to defer. Luchterhand, Neilsville is going to choose bottom here. Start of the second period. Going to give a caution, St. Croix Falls. Wasn't exactly on the belly button there. Off the whistle. St. Croix Falls driving forward. Neilsville, Luchterhand reaches back, looking to back hook an ankle. Now he reaches inside the leg. Just like that, St. Croix Falls locks up another cradle. They're very, very comfortable here in this cradle position. You can tell they spend quite a bit of time here. He's going to look to maybe suicide it. Luchterhand needs to really be focused on the hands. And there it is. There's the suicide, but not able to hold him on his back there. Still holding on in that cradle position. Luchterhand able to kind of bring him over the top, and there's takedown with reversal with near fall. Holding him on his back there. 50 seconds left here in the second period. Still 35 seconds to go here. Luchterhand got him on his back, looking for the fall, and there's the fall for Jacob Luchterhand. And that will conclude our duel. St. Croix Falls will win this duel 63-12, and they will move on to the championship round. Hats off to Neilsville Greenwood Loyal on a heck of a season, but they're not done yet. They'll have some individuals wrestling here on Saturday, looking to make it to the state tournament and wrestle for a state title in their own rights. St. Croix Falls, like I said, will move on to the final dual meet tonight, where they will either take on St. Croix Central or Medford Raiders in a great duel right now. They sit at 144, 3-4 weights left to go in that duel. It's been a back and forth duel. Again, congratulations to Neilsville on a great season. Again, Tomahawk on Saturday is the individual sectionals. We're going to take a break here. Once this match concludes from St. Croix Central and Medford, we'll take a 20-minute break, and then we will head to the championship round. Stay with us. Well, tough one, huh?
They're just. What's on the agenda for tomorrow? The biggest thing is they get no competition in conference. So they end up, it's yeah, it looks great, in conference and they're dominating.
Hey.
Yeah. Well, not anymore.
You sore from Sunday?
Fuck no.
Probably
I
are.
don't get sick. He is out.
I was choking him out real good.
I got bloody nose, now my nose is all sore. So now you are going to get your raspy. Because now I got to deal with this for a month. You give me a bloody nose. You cross-face me hard. Now I got a sore in my nose. You ever get bloody noses? You get a bruise like you get a sore in your nose? Not usually. Fuck. I get one, even if it's not a bad bloody nose. I get one, and I have sore. Really? 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
I'm just gonna get it started. You can say what you're saying. You know, and if you want to like ask me questions, oh yeah, we can kind of just go for it there. Go to YouTube and search Sports on Focus.
All right, welcome back into the field house here in Somerset as we get set for the championship match of this sectional. It will be the St. Croix Falls Saints taking on the St. Croix Central Panthers. Steve Ockenick, Sports on Focus, here to take you through this one, joined by Jens Lance. For those of you Saint fans heard him in the first match. I guess we'll start there. Saints, quick work of Neillsville Greenwood Loyal, got themselves a little extra break. How much does that play in here in a sectional final like this?
Yeah, no, they went to work. They started fast, and they made quick work of it. Obviously, Neillsville had a few holes in their lineup, weren't quite able to fill a full team. But yeah, this duel I'm really looking forward to. These guys met earlier in the year. St. Croix Falls, you know, they kind of put it on them. So looking to kind of see what adjustments St. Croix Central can make. Obviously, they were First time they wrestled, St. Croix Central wasn't maybe full health. They were missing 3-4 guys. So we'll see if that plays a big factor into tonight's duel.
So obviously 2 teams familiar with each other. As you said, they've wrestled once already. Is there anything as a coach as well where you're like, okay, I know this matchup didn't work for us. Do we maybe move this guy, do some moving around from what you learned the first time? Yeah,
I think we'll definitely see a little bit of it. Sometimes you can get a little too pretty, and I think coaches kind of have to find that balance of making sure they're not doing too much, right? And so these guys, they've wrestled more than once this year. For the most part, they've seen each other a lot. So, they definitely have a feel for each other, and so now it's going to be who can execute.
Absolutely. As we tick down the final seconds here to the start of this one, haven't heard where we're
started at 190 last duel, so we'll start at 215 here, and I do believe this is a rematch from earlier this year. So in the duel, I could be wrong, but I do believe these guys maybe met.
This one, 215, that was Hayden Buck. I know on my side, Hayden Buckle got a late pin, final few seconds of the third period, and got an opportunity, but he will not wrestle here at 215.
Yep, Hayden Buckle, 190. He bumped up last duel. So here we're going to see Aiden Ballard from St. Croix Central, and then actually we're going to see Joe Pethenbridge bump up for St. Croix Falls. So these guys have not met, I don't believe. Right away, you make those comments, and we're seeing a little shifting of the lineup. Joe coming up from 190 to 215. So we'll see. Joe definitely has a length advantage here. He's in on a single early, bringing it up to his feet. He looks to go cradle right away, and puts him on his back right away. That's big points early if he can get this. Bonus points are a factor early. He's going to pick up 3 near fall. That's a big start for St. Croix Falls. If you're St. Croix Central, if you're Aiden Ballard, you just got to make small adjustments. Can't get it all back at one time here. He's looking to build his base here, come to his feet. St. Croix Falls, big cradle team. I saw it in the first duel. They're going to look for cradles all night long. Right here, he looks for another one. He's getting close to it, getting his hands locked. And he's taking him over here. Going to get another set of back points. Looking for the fall. 50 seconds left here. These are big bonus points. Big bonus points. That's how St. Croix Falls won the first duel. Bonus points. You want to win big matches, you got to pick up bonus points. And just the opposite, right? You can't be giving up bonus points in big matches.
And how much, getting an early pin, a first period pin in the first match of the duel, how much extra confidence does that give a team going into the rest of it?
It sets the tone for the rest of the duel. That was huge, right? Gets the crowd into it. Momentum is a real thing, okay? I mean, that's huge for St. Croix Falls. Come out strong and get the crowd into it right away. Moving on up to heavyweight, St. Croix Central, we'll see Landon Langer. And then from St. Croix Falls, I believe
that is Bachman.
Bachman, okay. Yeah. Bachman didn't have a match first. So this is his first match.
And Langer, he lost. He got pinned by Max Dietzman of Medford in that first one. So probably looking for a little redemption here.
Yeah, got to put that one in the rearview mirror, right? And now you got to focus on the task in front of you, right? And that's go, score 1 point at a time. Don't focus too much on the outcome. It's how do I do my job, right? And I'm sure his coaches have preached that all week to them. How do you do your job? If that's don't give up bonus points, well, you better not give up bonus points.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bonus points. I'm thinking you're talking like, getting a decision. If you're going to lose a decision instead of a pin or something
Correct.
Like that.
Yep, yeah. No, I expect this to be a tightly contested match, so those bonus points are what is going to be the difference. Could be, we'll see what happens here, but yeah, I mean, these matches are going to be tightly contested. So, those, like I said, those bonus points are really going to make the difference. Yeah. Right now you're seeing St. Croix Falls really push the pace. You're going to see a stall call. Yeah, you wrestle on the edge, you're given a reason for the official to start hitting you for stalling. You gotta really continue to pressure forward and stay in the center of the mat. St. Croix Falls doing a great job pulling on the head, getting his head underneath his chin. Right, he's gonna try and pull him to the mat. Great game plan here for St. Croix Falls. You can tell early, he's just trying to get him down to the mat. This right here is gonna pay dividends if this match comes to the second, third period. This will really wear on a guy. And there you go, you see it. You get him down to on his hands and knees, he's gonna be a lot quicker. Great work from St. Croix Falls there. Another opportunity, we'll see. He gets a half, he's looking for a half Nelson on the left side.
You know, and when you're fighting from the bottom like this, especially when maybe you're not the quicker guy, you know, what's kind of the strategy?
Yeah, you got to find hand control, right? You can't give the ref a reason to call you for stalling, so you can't really lay down there. You got to continue to build up, you know, and look for hand control and stay in good position down there. And St. Croix Falls obviously smells a little blood. They feel pretty confident. I think from the last meeting these guys had, they want to get on top. They want to go get those bonus points. You're really going to need to see Landon build up. Right now he's got his head on the mat. Not a great look. Not a great look for St. Croix Central. We might, very quick stall call, 10 seconds in, maybe a little too quick, but you know, he's not giving himself and doing himself any favors by keeping his head on the mat right now. Arm on the back. This is not good. This is not a good position.
Yeah, looks like he's got both arms now. That can't be.
No, he's in a tough spot. Great work. What I see from St. Croix Falls is they're just on the hunt right now. Big pin again for St. Croix Falls. They obviously have a good understanding of what has to be done. So far, St. Croix Falls really controlling the momentum.
You know, and you know, looking styles now. Obviously, you know, you get the big win at 285. Now you come all the way back around to the top in the 106, and
big difference.
You know, I mean, what are you looking at differently style-wise from the two?
You're going to see a lot more speed, a lot more quickness here. You're going to see a lot more action right away here at 106. Right away, you got Caden Hahn from St. Croix Falls, and then Trenton Holzer from St. Croix Central. Both sophomores, right? Great, very good athletic kids, very well understanding of the sport. So this will be a fun one.
Always like getting down into these smaller weights because it's just there's always action.
There's great action, great action. Right away, you see Caden Hahn come out, pressuring right away. Nice little low-level attack there from Caden Hahn. He's controlling. Nice shot there from Trenton Holzer. In on the edge here. He's going to have to get back down the single leg. He's going to have to keep wrestling here. Know where you're at on the edge of the mat. Caden Hahn did a great job getting his leg back to the mat. Good little action, like we talked about. That's a lot of action right away in 30 seconds, right? No points on the board, but good action right away.
And you know, you talk a little bit about that, but you know, when you get that grip around when you're the guy that's got the leg gripped in like that, what's your kind of your strategy to get out of that?
Yeah, you just got to fight hands, right? From any position, bottom, on the feet, you're constantly battling hands, head position, right? We've seen Trenton Holzer get in really deep on two lefty singles right away, right? He's going to have to make a little adjustment here to finish those leg attacks. Nice underhook there from Trenton. Just going to have to follow up those attacks. These are really good attacks here from Trenton Holzer right off the bat. Caden Hahn walking into him a little bit too much, a little anxious, you can tell. Right, Caden's got to settle down, get to his own attacks good there. Good little defense there from Caden Hahn. Trenton definitely getting to those legs. He's got a good bite on that. He's a lefty. He's shooting right to Caden Hahn's lead leg. There you see a stall call right there. About 5 tacks to 0 here in the last 30 seconds.
And not just that, but it seems that that Hahn was kind of been running to the boundary pretty quick there too.
Yeah, no, and Trenton's making him look like that. You know, he's doing a great job of getting to the legs. Right, this is a huge swing match here for St. Croix Central if they can get this momentum back on their side. As you see here, Caden Hahn again pressuring, right, but he's a little wild in his pressure. He needs to really continue to fight hands, keep good head pressure. don't want to just walk into those shots. He's walked into about 5 shots early on here, but he's kind of feeling it now here. Short time here, big points. These are big points right away. Great job here at the end of the period, not giving up any scores. Great first period, ton of action, about 10 leg attacks there. Caden Hahn, he's gonna defer. St. Croix Falls is gonna defer. Trenton, he's gonna go down here right away.
And what's the strategy choosing? I mean, obviously part of it is getting the escape point, I'm sure, but
yeah, you want to put the first points on the board, right? If this were to go to overtime, he would have first choice if he's able to score. First points on the board in overtime, he'll get the choice. Nice little tilt action here from Caden. Nice, no near fall, a couple swipes, but nothing to show for it. Great job, he's got a bar arm now. Trenton needs to really focus on building up. Oh, that's gonna get tight in a hurry. Great job from Caden Hahn. These are big bonus points. Trenton comes out. He's gonna get 3 near fall. Right, he's still in control. Still in control here. Trenton really needs to turn and kick. He doesn't want to be in this position. He wants to turn and kick. Get off him. He's just wasting time right now. Those are big points there for Caden Hahn. Doing a great job on top, tacking a wrist, keeping him flat, right? St. Croix Falls, the difference right now is they are just relentless on top. Cradles, bars, they're looking for turns. They're not holding on, trying to win close matches. They want to put points on the board. Just as I say that, Trenton does a good job getting to his feet. Good little mat return there from Caden Hahn.
And at this point here where, I mean, Holzer's got to start getting a little tired here as, he's been fighting from the bottom this whole time and had that extra weight on him. But, what's kind of your strategy to get out of this?
Yeah, he's just got to keep moving. You can't score everything back at once. You got to worry about scoring the next point, and that's getting to your feet, getting hand control, and getting out. He's doing a good job getting to his feet now. Now he's got to turn and kick. He's wrestling. He wants to be sprawling. Great job right there from Caden Hahn. Big lift and a return, right? In those instances, when somebody drops down on a leg, you want to either pick hands, stuff the head, or turn and kick, right? You don't want to come back over top. Great ride here, though, by Caden Hahn. Doing a great job looking to get the wrist on the back there. Caden goes up 3-0 here in the third period. He's going to choose down.
I'm sure trying to give himself that 4-point advantage.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Caden doing a good job right now. Got a good, strong base. But just as I say that, Trenton breaks that base there. He's obviously looking for a cross-face cradle. He's really coming hard for it. Trenton really aggressive here on top. If he keeps up this effort, you might see another stall call come here. Caden doing a great job of just holding a strong base.
And does it seem more that Trenton is more kind of going just to get the pin rather than looking to score, get even up points here at this point in the match?
I mean, he's doing a great job. I mean, he's got to find a way to get him on his back, right? And he's got to make a decision here soon. Do I continue to ride for the loss, or do I maybe let him go and look for something a little different? He had a good bite on some of those leg attacks early in the first period. Looks like he might choose to ride him here. He would have had to probably let him go here any second, but he's gonna hold on for the ride. He's gonna pull him back. Nice job of swimming there from Caden Hahn. And there's a good, nice little reversal. We're kind of in that bonus point territory again. Caden gets one more turn. We see bonus points. Trenton has to be very careful. Sometimes you have to concede the loss, but make sure you don't give up extra points, extra team points. So got to be smart here if you're Trenton Holzer. Caden Hahn, these are big bonus points out here. You're going to come back to the center with 35, 40 seconds left, right? You're going to look for one more turn.
and sometimes I mean, use the term, in certain points in a duel, you sometimes just have to accept that you need to lose well.
Yep. And that's a hard concept to tell any athlete, but this is a team sport. That's why we're here, right? Caden doing a very good job. Very impressed so far with St. Croix Falls' ability to ride. They've done a great job scoring from the top position. Great effort here by both guys, though, so far. Nothing to hang your head about if you're Trent Holzer. He attacked early, attacked a lot, right? Today, Caden just was a step ahead of him.
And I mean, this definitely feels like one that could go completely opposite and Tomahawk on Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. No, they probably have a really good shot of seeing each other on Saturday.
So now if you're, kind of giving the pep talk in the St. Croix Central, bench, what's kind of the conversation here?
Don't get too crazy here. I know it's not going your way right now, but hey, we just got to take this one match at a time. There's a lot of wrestling left here, right? You can't go get it back by yourself, right? You need to really focus on what your job is, right, and really try and turn the table.
So DeLong and Vbrock here.
I'm not sure if these guys saw each other last week or not at regionals. I know DeLong, I believe he won the regional, and Vbrock maybe took third. So I do believe these guys met in the finals with Garrett DeLong maybe coming out on top. Very good match. Vbrock, a freshman, very long and lengthy.
Is that a bit of an advantage here, especially at this weight level?
It can be, if you know how to use your length. It's a tough task, though, for a freshman to come in here, right? 113 against DeLong, right? A little more experience, been on the mat here a little bit more, and that's why I say that he gets in on a leg. There's a takedown there for DeLong. Way to get his feet. He got his feet off the mat. Makes it hard to defend when you get their feet off the mat.
And you're seeing more and more now, not so much the big hard slam down, but more setting down.
Yep. No, you definitely have to be careful. You got to finish hard, but you got to be careful of finishing, and putting your opponent in an unsafe position. So, again, early stall call there for Garrett DeLong. These refs, they're not going to give anybody a break. They like to call stalling pretty early. And they want to see action, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody watching wants to see a little action too.
Right.
I mean,
right. Yep.
There are exciting 1-0 matches, and then there are not so exciting.
For sure.
And then here, he's got the arm wrapped around from underneath. How do you, again, is it just handwork trying to get that out, or?
That's all about, again, peeling hands, right? Peeling hands before it gets to that position. That was a nice little sequence there on top for Garrett DeLong. Putting some things together. Great bump and chop off the whistle there for DeLong. Doing a great job. Vbrock really needs to pick up his activity from the bottom position if he's once again escape. Right now, just not able to get any hip separation.
And is there a strategy sometimes of just, if you kind of have the clock in your mind of riding out a period?
Yes, always finish the periods on top. That's a huge thing here in big matches, especially down the stretch here as we head into sectionals in state. You got to finish periods on top, right? You get a takedown with 20 seconds left. You got to mat return them. You got to put them back down. No easy points in short time situations. Again, DeLong with that cross wrist right away. He's doing a great job. Hand control there. You see it from Vbrock. Good. That's great work. He's got to continue to get his hips underneath him, though, as he's peeling hands. Goes to a little short sit here. DeLong continuing to drive forward. Puts him back down. Another good hand control there from V. Brock. Garrett DeLong looks frustrated. He's got to keep his cool here. Big matches, you got to stay focused. V. Brock doing a great job of getting hand control. There's a good little trip there. There he's got this ball and chain. Again, we'll see what he looks for here. There's opportunity to score some points here. Garrett DeLong, he's putting some things together. I'm surprised we maybe haven't seen a stall call as quick as we saw one in the first period.
And that's completely the discretion of the official.
It is, yep. Got to see V. Brock get his head off the mat if he wants to escape. He's got good hand control, but you got to put two things together.
Final seconds here, and how has DeLong been able to keep control when it kind of almost looks like he's always just about to lose it?
Yeah, he's a sponge down there. He continues to drive forward. He continues to smother him down there, never giving him too much opportunity. Anytime V. Brock has a little bit of space, he makes sure to take that space away. DeLong, he's going to choose top. He's up 2-0 here. Maybe would have seen him go neutral. He got a pretty easy takedown there in the first period, or down. But obviously these coaches have a game plan. They've talked about it all week, right? So they're going to stick with their game plan. That's important.
And do you think maybe it's helped in that decision that DeLong's been able to kind of get V. Brock on his side a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. He's just got to find a way to get him to his back. He's done everything right, but he hasn't converted it into any points. So these are huge opportunities here. He's got to make something of it. He is doing a great job, right? He's got to find a way to put some more points on the board here for his team.
And this is a spot where if they do give the actual stalling point, it could be a big change in the kind of the tenor of the match.
Oh, for sure. I am really surprised we didn't see. Kind of on the edge here, not much happening.
It's got to be a bad position, though, when you're a wrestler, when you're on your backside like that.
Right, yes, no. V. Brock, he just needed to keep scooting his hips, but he ran out of real estate there on the edge of the mat. Hard to scoot when you scoot, you're going to go out of bounds. So he had the right intentions, just ran out of room there. Nice, good chop, bump off the whistle, right? V. Brock looking for hand control. He's doing a very good job of getting hand control. His head's been on the mat a lot, and there's your stall call.
We'll see how quick they turn that into a point.
Yeah, well, short time. We're under 30 seconds here. It's going to be hard to get some bonus points here, but really a great job of mat work here from Garrett DeLong on top. Just not able to really put any points on the board. And we could, if we're in a situation where we could see overtime. Nice little flurry at the end there.
I'm sure that's what, if you're St. Croix Falls, that's what you want to see from V. Brock as well.
Yes.
That little extra at the end, not giving up.
Yeah. No, that's, I don't want to say that's a win for V. Brock because I think he had the intention to go out there and definitely get his hand raised. But that's DeLong had his goal, and that was definitely to put some bonus points on the scoreboard. Wasn't able to do that.
At 120, St. Croix Falls, Carter Ridgway. And for St. Croix Central, Will Schmidt.
So, yep. Carter Ridgway, Will Schmidt. I know Schmidt got the win was pinned, at 120 in the semifinal.
Will's going to come at you with a lot of speed, a lot of power. Very explosive, very dynamic.
He got himself, he kind of overextended a little bit and got himself in some trouble in that first match. We'll see if he cleans that up a little bit here.
Wrestling on the edge there from a little underhook position. He gets in on a leg, comes through the middle. He's going to look to push that knee off there, and there's your, looks to be a takedown right there, hands across. The ref stopped a little early. Might have been unnecessary roughness, not sure. He stopped it early, didn't let it get out of control.
I imagine that's got to be a big part too, is just making sure you don't let guys get a little too chippy in there.
Yeah, for sure. I think he did a good job of maybe stopping that before it did get to. Refs never want to, cost anybody team points, so I think he did a good job of stopping that, maybe cooling it before it got too chippy.
Schmidt's got an interesting grip on the bottom there.
Yeah, he's going to go to a near leg Turk. He's trying to go across the face there. Turn his hips, right, and then pull his face and look to get some near fall. He's going to intentionally release him here with about 45 seconds to go, right? And now he's going to go and look to put points on the board. 2-1 here, 30 seconds left in the first period.
And that intentional release, that's more just you don't like the position you're in coming off the restart. You want something a little different.
Yeah. I think Will's goal obviously here is to go and put points on the board. You can kind of see it. He's got a good hard pace, and he wants to kind of light up that scoreboard right now. Little blood time here for St. Croix Falls. Ridgway just a freshman here. Really battling. He's doing a good job of staying in the center and really ham-fighting hard. Not really backing down at all. Sometimes that pressure can overwhelm guys, especially young guys, and you see him make some mistakes, but he's doing a very good job in there.
And what's kind of, I know, you're probably not supposed to coach in this situation, but you're probably having a conversation with your guy. What are you kind of telling Ridgway here in terms of maybe strategy or something?
Yeah, if I'm Coach Rager here, I'm just continuing to encourage him to do what he's doing. He's doing a great job. He's just got to keep fighting, right? Continue to stay disciplined and just fight out there, right? Don't back down.
Ooh.
And he's just battling. That's great motion from. Great little headlock on the edge there. No points yet. His foot's on the out of bounds line there. They're not going to give any points. That was really close for Ridgway.
Obviously half of the people in blue each have their cheering interest, but would you have given points there?
It was extremely close. He probably made the right call. It was, I wouldn't have argued with him if he would have given it either. But it was very, very close. Will Schmidt starts on bottom. He's able to get to his feet and clear out right away. Ridgway in an underhook position here. On the edge here. If I'm Will Schmidt, I'm probably looking to clear that you can tell Ridgway, he's not scared of the opportunity. He's doing a great job. He's getting his hands on Will. Will is speed. You can see Will's pace slow down just a little bit, right? I think it kind of, that little flurry at the end of the first period maybe took a little bit out of him. Nice little duck attempt. Good counter by Ridgway there. I'm very impressed with Ridgway here. He's able to feel some of these things out.
And I imagine for Ridgway, the longer and longer he keeps this going, it's got to be giving him more and more confidence.
More and more yes, that's exactly it. He should be building confidence from these situations. Yeah, he's doing a great job. "45 seconds here on the restart was in the second period. Continue to see Will Schmidt go forward. There's another stall point on from Ridgway. Another point on the board there for Will Schmidt.
And that really changes the face of the match too now,
Yeah,
with a 3-point deficit.
Yep. Big points here at the end of the first or second period. Who can end the period on top? If I'm a coach, I want to be ending the period on top. I want my athlete ending the period on top, not standing around. And there's that takedown. Short time left. That's how you finish a period right there. Those are big points. Big points.
You know, and you look at the difference, 4-1, you know, start on the bottom, up, takedown, you're tied. Now listen at 6-1, and you probably are up.
That makes a huge difference, that takedown at the end of the first period. Ridgway chooses bottom. Again, Will Schmidt's going to go intentional release. Lets him go 6-2 here. 6-2, third period, we're 15 seconds in.
And if you're Ridgway, you're either, I'm assuming here you're maybe looking to play the takedown, release, try and get those points built back up if you can't get him turned.
For sure. Yeah, Will Schmidt continues to stay on the offense. Ridgway, he's doing a great job. He's staying in there, he's battling hard, not giving anything. You can see he's really slowed down. Will Schmidt's really slowed down his offense. Credit to Ridgway of really slowing this match down for himself. This is a big match, and he was able to slow it down, right? Got himself in some flurries, and you can see he's in this match. This is big time for the freshman. If you see Will continue to attack, we might see another stall call. Wrestles him through the out of bounds there. You can see the St. Croix Falls coaches really encouraging his effort, right? That gives an athlete a lot of confidence. There's that another sweep. Nothing there, nothing. There it is, takedown, right? 8-2, he's gonna go intentional release. Makes it 8-3, 5 points here, right? He's gotta really get on the offense. Could we see another stall call on a leg attack and finish? He's running out of time. These are big bonus points. You saw St. Croix Falls. Pick up these bonus points. All right, that's the difference between these two teams right now. Is one team really finding a way to go and get those bonus points, and then St. Croix Central really struggling. Right, these are matches that they really probably counted on bonus points for, and they're not going to end up getting them right now.
No, and Ridgway looks like he's doing a great job keeping this neutral.
Yeah.
He's holding out on it.
No takedown, easy.
And another, I think you would say, probably a good loss.
That's a huge match for Ridgway. I think he would take that any day of the week.
So now you're St. Croix Falls, you've got a 7-point lead here.
Yeah.
Obviously, no matter what happens, you're going to go into 126 with a lead.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Yeah. No, I mean, there's going to be some fun matches, up and down this lineup. Here we're going to see Cole Steffen from St. Croix Falls. He's a regional qualifier. He's a senior. He's a leader in the program. I would assume he knows what his job is.
Cameron Willie wrestling up at 126.
Yep. Cameron, a junior, stepping up in the lineup, right? He's got to know his role too. All right, we saw St. Croix Falls' guy do his job, and Cole Steffen right away, takedown to the back. Doesn't get any near fall, but he ends up with a bar arm, right? And he's looking to put some more points on the board. He converts a takedown right into a turn. These are big points.
And he lets the arm go, maybe looking to reposition a little bit.
Yeah, he's sealing off down there on the bottom, but he's going to have to work. Refs aren't going to want to see you. They're not going to want to see you just clinging up. They're going to call you for stalling every day of the week there. Cole Steffen really looking to get to his turns. Against a guy who may be just kind of curling up from the bottom position. Let him go, kind of open him up a little bit, right? Go get to your takedowns, right?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe injury time. He landed very awkwardly there on his head. Very awkwardly there. I think they're going to give the takedown.
No. I haven't seen him give.
He hasn't given them takedown yet. He landed very gingerly there. I believe it was on his neck.
So
no takedown. They're not going to give him the takedown here.
could it be just for the injury, or?
Yeah, I think the way he landed, I think they maybe meant to stop it a little early. So still a 2-1 deficit here for Cameron. He's looking to horse him over there with double unders. By no means would Cole Steffen, mean to make him, land like that.
It's just one of the downsides of wrestling.
Yep. Another takedown from Cole Steffen there. Good leg attack, ran his feet to a finish. He's looking for a bar arm. That's going to get tight. Short time there. 10 seconds left in the period. Can he get the fall? Send St. Croix Falls fans up. And there it is. St. Croix Falls with another fall. That's three bonus point wins there.
Oh, and now you start looking 21-6. You've got a 15-point lead, and you start having the ability to,
Yeah, these matches get out of control with bonus points. That's huge. And St. Croix Falls, I know we've kind of hit on it a lot. You're probably sick of us talking about it, but that's how you win big duels too.
Oh yeah. And you're looking. You've got. So we go to. 132. So you got 132, 38, 44, 50, 57. So you got 8 matches left. So there's by no means are we anywhere close to being in danger situation for the Panthers.
Right. No, they got to keep chipping away. Here, Cody Fleck here, a senior, versus Teague Holzer, a senior. These guys wrestled in the duel. Saw Teague Holzer get a major.
And here, if you're St. Croix Central, you're just at this point you want to start getting some wins, get some momentum back going.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I think if you're Teague Holzer right away, you're cutting him and you're going and scoring another takedown. If I'm St. Croix Central's corner, I'm gonna go intentional release. I need at least 2-3 takedowns here in the first period. I know he's trying to probably go for the kill, but if I'm St. Croix Falls, I'm also, my game plan is, hey, don't give up any big points early, right? So how do you go and put him on his back? Well, you continue to score points, you get him tired, and then hopefully he makes a mistake and you capitalize on it. But he's not going to make any of those mistakes right now, and really Teague riding him, he's not helping himself out at all. Easy takedown there in the first period, and now just a ride out. This is a bonus point situation here for St. Croix Central, and you take a 2-0 lead into the second period. It's hard to get bonus points from those situations.
And not just that, but it seems that Fleck is really good defensively from the bottom there, where it might be better to let him go and maybe take another stab at getting him in a bad spot on the takedown.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. No, you can tell he knows what his job is. His job is to give bonus points right now, right? He's gonna continue to look to win, right? But he's also not gonna make any mistakes. So, if you're St. Croix Central's coaching staff, you gotta realize that, and you gotta start, cutting him earlier and really putting the pressure on him. I mean, you saw he rode him for 1:45, and wasn't able to score any bonus or really get any more points on the board. Right now, he's really got to pick up his activity level if he wants to go and put those points on the board. Fleck, he's got great low-level attack there. Fleck is not going to fall over for him, right? He's going to continue to battle. He's a very experienced wrestler, right? These are big points for Cody Fleck. Nice little scramble position, far ankle kickoff from Teague there. And here you kind of see it again. Oh, easy, quick stall call, I guess, from the referee here. Maybe a little bit of inconsistency on that side of things. You're seeing some things get called a little quicker than others, but he wants to see action. We knew that going into this.
And I imagine if you're St. Croix Central here, you want to see that too, just to maybe, and that's
no. Fleck's got to be really, really careful here. He's been hit for stalling now 3 or 4 times. I forget how many times you get hit for stalling before you get DQ'd. If he continues to kind of ball up on the bottom, you might see something where he gets DQ'd. He's got to work. He's experienced. He's got to trust himself here. Go look to score.
And I imagine now for Holzer with a 7-0 lead compared to the 2-0 went into the period with, feel a little more comfortable, riding and working for the fall instead of playing the points game.
Teague's doing a great job on top. He's keeping a lot of pressure on Fleck. But at the same time, this is your leader, from St. Croix Central. You got to have bonus points from him, and right now he's fallen short of that.
Final seconds of the period. Whistling that one a little early.
Yeah, he did. Teague's going to go neutral here in the third period. 7-point lead. You can kind of hear the coach over there yelling, keep pushing the pace, right? You wore on him for 4 minutes. This is the time to really go and get those points. And just like that, Fleck is in actually pretty good position to wrestle. And he just kind of stopped wrestling there for a second. If he would have kept scooting there, he maybe could have scrambled out of it, but Teague savvy, able to score. Be interesting to see what Central's strategy is here. They're going to continue to ride.
Just kind of looks like Fleck more than happy to just kind of.
Yeah, no, he's doing his job. He understands that Bonus points are the difference.
And I'm supposing, too, if you're Fleck, you don't want to.
There's another 2 points stall call. Next one, I don't. Next one DQ. I don't know if I heard that right or not.
I'm not sure on that rule, and that would be considered
That would be a
basically the same as
6
forfeit.
point.
That'd be six.
That'd be a 6 point swing. So
I mean, I've been doing this 7 years. I've never seen someone DQ'd for stalling.
I haven't either. You know, and Cody, he's got to present himself a little bit. He's a tough kid. He can wrestle here. I know he's got to do his job. Keep building his base. Keep building his base. Keep trying to get to his feet.
And he seems to be a little more active here after that last one. I'm thinking
Yeah,
that might have.
building his base. And he DQ'd him.
Wow.
He did. Interesting. He did DQ him. Wow. Interesting.
And he seemed to be pretty active underneath there at the end.
Yeah, he did. You saw all calls come a lot quicker in that match maybe than you have in previous matches.
And now
we'll see Piggy. Sorry, Lee or Everett Knospe here. He's a freshman, and then Isaac Briggs here, a sophomore here from St. Croix Falls.
You know, and also for both wrestlers now, after seeing a DQ like that, I imagine that's going to change your strategy a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. He's not afraid to call it. Isaac Briggs pulling him down into a front headlock, keeping his head underneath him, kind of a football front headlock we call it. Just pulling the head underneath your chest. Right, really pays dividends in the third period if you can continue to pull on his head. A lot of times bigger guys, heavier weights, they use that technique a lot just to really wear guys out and then look to capitalize in the third period.
And it really feels like two guys kind of feeling each other out here a little bit, seeing what they can and can't use, what'll work, what won't.
For sure. Yep. Again in that football front headlock position, continuing to pull on his neck here. Everett looking for wrist. He's working to stay inside. Not a ton of action, just a lot of pushing, a lot of feeling each other out. There's a little level change attack from Everett Knospe, and you really see Isaac pulling on that head, pulling on that neck. And there it is. Briggs really trying to run the corner there, and he's got the angle, just not able to go get the leg. And now we'll see nice little action there. A lot happened there in that 30-second sprint there. 15 seconds left. Right, we talk about finishing periods on top. This would be a big one. Can you get on top here and ride somebody out and take that 2-0 advantage going into the second period? A lot of feeling each other out there that first period. Everett Knospe is going to defer. Briggs, St. Croix Falls, he's going to go underneath. Briggs, good solid base underneath there. Everett looking to attack a wrist. Nice little change over there from Briggs. He continues to move. That's what you want to see on bottom. You want to see constant motion from the bottom position. Continue to try and look for hip separation. And then Everett's doing a great job. He's just following. He's staying behind the arms. He's following. Now you want to see a little mat return. Oh, and there's a good little cutaway from Briggs. We'll see if Briggs continues to try and pull Everett underneath. There you see it again. He's really trying to pull on his head, get him underneath him. He's got what a lot of people refer to as heavy hands. They're heavy. Feels like cinder blocks just pulling down. There's a nice little shot from Everett. He comes up. There's a 2-on-1 from Everett. He's got a Russian tie. Takes him to the out of bounds, the edge of the mat there. Briggs is able to clear it. There, he's back on it. He's kind of, you can tell he's found something there with that 2-on-1. He feels comfortable there. Briggs in a really good, solid position stance. Still a lot of feeling each other out. Now Briggs going to take a 2-on-1 of his own. What you want to do with this 2-on-1 is you want to pressure, you want to look for an angle, maybe snap that arm down. Right now you're just seeing a lot of pushing with it. You're going to want to see him use it. That's a good control tie, but you got to use it somehow. Everett's kind of winning the head position battle here from this position. Oh, there's a good little snap there from Briggs. So third period here. Oh, and they select to go neutral. Interesting choice. Obviously doesn't feel confident going underneath Briggs. Maybe wrestled him before. Just not confident. Briggs continuing with those heavy hands, snapping. Good little level change from Briggs.
You know, and we're at a point where you're looking at serious potential of a 1-0 match, and you see 1-0 in wrestling, you think, it must have been pretty boring, but this one has been anything but.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of taking people to the edge of the mat. Not a lot of points. No one's really committing to anything, right? They're just really staying. They're not finding angles. They're kind of locked up, like two bulls locked up. Nice little try to go behind there.
And is that a bit also of maybe not wanting to make a mistake?
For sure, yep. Both, you can kind of tell just hearing the coaches in the corner, they had a game plan, right? And both these guys, give them credit. They've stuck to their game plans really well, and the other opponent just really hasn't made a mistake. You haven't seen any mistakes. Sometimes you want to go see your athletes wrestle and be okay making mistakes. There's the mistake you're kind of waiting for. And a little hard of a crossface there. We'll see if he goes. Okay. I do like it. He's not calling him and getting in the match. He's kind of warning him, giving him that. I don't want to see any more chippiness from him. So I like that call from the official. Obviously, if it's too blatant, there's going to be an unnecessary roughness call, and you'll see points. But
and I imagine here, if you're Briggs, don't want to take too many chances. You've got the decision.
Yeah. No, he did his job. He was able to kind of make fewer mistakes. We'll put it that way. Didn't really commit to anything, but he made his opponent make a mistake, and he took advantage of it. So that's called following the game plan to a T.
So 44-12, and you start getting into that point where you start thinking, what do you need if you're St. Croix Central? Yeah. You've got matches left. We're at 138, so you've got 6, I believe?
6 matches.
So, I mean, you've got 6 matches to get 12 points back to tie it up, but at the same time, you're running out of opportunities at the same time.
Yep. Yeah. And now you got Kellen Kelly You know, he's probably one of St. Croix Falls' biggest leaders here. Took third at the state tournament last year. I believe he's probably ranked second in the state right now. I believe he might be undefeated though. He's a goer. He's tricky. He does a lot of things right.
And you see Christopher Warman, who actually wrestled at 150.
Bumped up, yep.
In the first one.
Part of coaching strategy here. Watching Kelly in the past, he's not afraid to make mistakes, right? He can capitalize in a hurry. He's got a lot of dangerous things that he can do to put you on your back and to pin you.
No, and I imagine you see him there pulling him back in.
Yes.
Trying to keep. Must feel like he's in a good position if he's pulling him back towards the middle.
He's got a little bit. He's got a bar arm. Looks like he might go bar arm one side and maybe a half or a wrist on the opposite side. It's hard to do much on the edge. You know, if I'm Kellen Kelly, maybe I'm thinking about, hey, let's go get a fresh start, and there you see it. You're constantly playing the edge, and you can't get a lot accomplished over there.
And I imagine if you're in somebody that might get in some trouble like that, you kind of want to be there. So
you want to be there. You got that safety blanket. you can always count on just getting out if you need to. St. Croix Falls not happy maybe with a potentially dangerous call, but anytime you put someone's arm on your back, you gotta be careful, especially in high school wrestling. They're gonna make sure they definitely have the bottom opponent's safety in mind in those positions. So not surprised that you see a potentially dangerous. Just as I say that, he's gonna switch from bar arm. Now he's looking cradle. He just has a lot of weapons that he can threaten you with.
And I imagine as a wrestler, having all those weapons, you can, and especially being able to convert over quickly, can really get your opponent in a bad spot.
Right. We always talk about how many tools can you put in your toolbox. The more tools you got, right, the more you can get done in a day. I think that's a win for St. Croix Central there, going into the second period, 2-0. But you know, there's a lot of time left in this match, so can you stay focused if you're Warman and continue to do your job? You see Kellen Kelly, he's going to choose neutral there. He's starting to look, I have a feeling he's going to start looking for the kill here soon. If I'm Warman, I'm probably trying to get to my belly a little quicker than that. He just put himself in a little bit of a dangerous position by holding on for too long. Great job, Kellen, of really, you know, converting one point into another point. That's what the elite wrestlers do. Warman looking to get his arm through, and there another, he capitalizes. He loses his Turk, but he ends up right in a bar arm. Kellen Kelly, he got a fall out of this position earlier tonight. We'll see if he can get to it again. He's really dangerous in these positions. He can score a lot of points in a hurry.
And you see him almost like playing into the pressure he's getting from Werman there.
Yes, no, he's doing a great job. He's going from one move to the next, and that's how you put points on the board. And just like that, he finds a way to go and, and he lost. Got a little greedy there. I think he had, if he just would have settled back just a little bit, took his time, he would have had it. .20 left here in the second period. Kellen looking, he brings his leg out there, good call. Warman doing a really good job you know, we kind of talk about doing your job, right? I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes, you know, you hate to say it, but your job is to just not give up those big points. And so far, Orman's done a pretty good job of it. You know, he's fought off his back a few times. Those are big. That's a big deal.
You know, that's at least 3 points.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. He's continuing to fight. That's all you want to see from your athletes. You just want to see them fight. Never give up.
You saw there right at the end. That would have been an easy one to just kind of give up on. But
Yep. He's
held his head and
continuing to fight. He's continuing to fight for himself and his teammates. Doing a great job. Kellen up. Quick little reversal there. Nice little. He's going to cut him right away and get right back in on the legs. And there you go again. You see it. He transitions so well to a leg Turk. Take one takedown and get it to the next.
Is he maybe now shooting for a major decision or something?
He's looking for a tech fall here.
Fall.
Yep. And this is kind of what, you know, when you know your opponent's trying maybe not to get pinned, that's their goal. You have to get the next best thing, and that's a tech fall. And I think you're seeing St. Croix Falls do a good job of getting what's next, right? They're not holding on for one thing. They're wrestling to the next thing, and they're going and getting the next best thing.
And he gets it.
Great work by Kellen Kelly. Continued to stay on his offense. That's a great job, you know. But kind of credit to Orman too. I mean, he fought, right? That's what you want to see.
Saved a point, I believe, right?
Yeah, saved a point. I mean, and maybe that was his job. Whatever your job is, you got to do it.
So we look.
Puts the team score at 29-12 here, heading into 150.
And if you're St. Croix Central, you're looking, you need, if I'm doing my math right, you need 17 out of 30.
Doable, but
Doable.
But you gotta. It starts now, right? And St. Croix Falls has got some hammers coming up as well, so that's not an easy task, right? But it's going to get exciting, I think, down to the end. We'll have to see what kind of matchups we do have.
And now,
right now, you're going to see Maverick Kostrick versus Alex Hoff from St. Croix Falls. Hoff, I believe, is a sophomore. Kostrick, a junior. Both qualified here for the sectionals here this Saturday at Tomahawk High School.
yep, and I can do some shilling. We'll have highlights from there all day.
Yes.
You can check out our Twitter feed at @SOnFocus. We'll be posting videos throughout the day from Tomahawk. That's sectional, individual sectional is always fun.
It is fun. It's you know, these athletes, they're starting to feel that anxiety, that pressure, and so it's an exciting time of the year, but it's also a nerve-wracking and anxious time of the year as well, right? These student athletes, they put in a lot of time. You know, some of them are wrestling, you know, throughout the year, multiple practices, maybe a day, sacrificing a lot of things, and so, you know, this is what they really train for is this time of the year. So obviously we wish these guys the best of luck here over the next two weeks, and then one of the teams is going to move on to the team state tournament in 3 weeks. So
Our delay here, they messed up the scoreboard. I don't think Kelly won 29-12.
No.
So yeah,
No, he ended up with a tech fall either way, but he didn't put quite that many points up on the board. I think he would have if they would have let this match continue to go.
you know, the technology here, you know, these fully, you know, full color scoreboards are nice, but I think just having some technical issues with it right now.
Oh yeah, these things, it takes time to learn all this stuff.
Oh yeah. So trying to get everything fixed. Now we bring in the whole couple other guys to try and figure it out, but
Got the IT team on standby here.
and when you get some of these delays, like you're all ready to go, you're all, you get checked in, you come out, you're ready to go, and then everyone's like, wait, nope, we got to stop for a second.
Yeah.
That's got to be a little frustrating as a wrestler.
Yeah, for sure. It's frustrating, but it's things happen in life, and as a coach, it's your job to make sure that no matter what happens, right, your bus breaks down, some things happen, and you just gotta be relaxed and know that everything's gonna be fine, and you just your job doesn't change at the end of the day, right?
Yep.
So these guys, they're professionals about this, and there's a reason these two teams are as far as they are here tonight, because they do have great coaching staffs that make sure they're well prepared and ready for anything thrown at them.
So now we've got extra points in the team score.
I believe it's still
29-12. Yep, they're still trying to figure out all the technical issues.
Yep. You can kind of hear the crowd getting a little rambunctious. They're anxious as well. They want to see their team wrestle in 3 weeks down in Madison. That's such an awesome experience for the community.
And I've never had a chance to go. I'm sure you've been down there in the field house for team. That's got to be a whole different experience.
That's an awesome experience. It's more about the whole community. You pack dang near. These communities are pretty small up here, and I would say 30-40% of the population is down there in that field house, and it's rocking, it's loud, and yeah, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for these kids.
So they're gonna
and their communities too.
So just for people at home, because we're pulling in the scoreboard here from the gym, 33-12. That is not correct. I think they're just gonna punt some scoring to get that right on the scoreboard. So the correct team score is 29-12 right now.
Hoff in on a single high crouch early. Right away, Maverick switches, and he has a cradle opportunity locked up. He's got it. This is huge points, and you got to take advantage of those points. Those points are huge. When you get this cradle, you have to take advantage of it here. And right now, he doesn't have anything locked up. He's got to go for it. He doesn't have. Those are big points. I mean, that's a fun little sequence there. Both guys wrestling through positions, and yeah, that was a fun little sequence there. But man, if you're Maverick, you feel like maybe you missed out on some big points there.
I mean, looked like he had him almost in a position to take him right down onto his back.
That's kind of a smell blood type situation, right? Blood in the water. You got a cradle locked up, and you kind of relax instead of go and make the kill. And I think he'll maybe look back on that one and regret that one. Both these guys, real good wrestlers. Getting after it right away. Maverick, I believe, bumped up. I believe this is 150. He qualified for sectionals at 144, if I'm not mistaken.
So they actually swapped from the Medford match, because for Medford, Maverick wrestled 144, Werman wrestled at 150.
Yes, correct.
So maybe a bit of strategy there.
Looked like Maverick kind of just quit wrestling there on the edge. Great job of Alex Hoff really working the edge, pulling him back in and finding a way to score there in short time situations. There's one of those situations again. You score at the end of the period, that's huge. Going into the second period 2-0 makes a big difference.
And almost getting the escape.
That's good hustle, good effort there from Maverick.
And you wonder, I don't know if you noticed that Maverick was grabbing his foot a little bit there when he came out of that takedown.
Maybe came down, landed a little weird, scared him, I think, more than anything in that position. Hoff selects the bottom position here. Obviously, probably a little bit of size disadvantage here with Hoff being at 150 and Maverick bumping up. See if that kind of takes a toll on Maverick here, if he's able to continue to wrestle through these positions. If you're Maverick, you don't want to sit there. You want to keep working into him. You don't want to relax in these positions. Alex Hoff really continuing to work through things. Great little wrestling here. They're continuing to kind of scramble around there. Maverick able to kind of come out on top. Minute left here. Hoff attacking hands, getting hand control. There you kind of see they're kind of back in the same position. If I'm Maverick, I really want to get my hips back up on top. I do not want to be laying here. Hoff doing a great job. He's going to have to keep moving. And there's a stalemate, right? If you're Hoff in those positions, you got to hustle there. You got to hustle and really keep moving, because you know the ref's going to be stalemate in that position. 50 seconds left here in the second period. This is a big ride here for Maverick. Hoff, this is a big point. Going to the third period, 3-0. Those are big points. If I'm Maverick here, you're in kind of an advantage position here. You can tell there's a little bit of a strength advantage here for Hoff. He keeps sitting him. Maverick throws a leg in and he's able to sit him. Maverick not able to generate enough power in these positions.
I mean, and giving credit, Maverick kind of holding on at this point and keeping from giving the escape too.
Yeah, no, he's doing a great job. This is, if I'm Hoff, you got to just kind of floating around him. This great job of Maverick. Hoff was, man, he was right there to get away. Maverick wincing a little bit, but third period here, you gotta really step up here. This is a big match. Obviously, we understand that there's not many opportunities left here for Central. There's fewer and fewer. Two cautions, one more, so a point for Maverick. That could have been huge there. That's close to a reversal there. Now, if he can turn him here, it's tied 2-2. These are big points on the board. Now you got to make a decision as a coaching staff. Do I try and hold him down, right, or do I go and look for a takedown? You know, he's going to have to ride him the entire period just to send it into overtime. Hoff kind of just holding on. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe hit him for stalling. He's got to look to improve. He's just holding on to the arm. And he's kind of able to fight his hips back down. And there's that stall call kind of I was talking about. We got a minute left here. This is a great match, 2-2. It's going to come right down to the wire. Does Maverick feel confident enough to stay on top and to ride him out? And I don't know if I'd come over the arms if I'm Hoff. And he cuts him. Minute left here. He's been warned for stalling. Can Maverick go and get that takedown? And there it is. There's a takedown. He's got a cradle locked up too. He's got to go and get the... This is a big opportunity. We're kind of in that same situation. You get a cradle locked up, man, you got to score. And he's only got a takedown right now. And I don't know about that call. If I'm an official, I don't know how you make that call. That's a pinning combination, and you call someone for stalling. That confuses me a little bit, but. Maverick riding tough here. 15 seconds left. This is a great match. Less than 10 seconds left here. Looked like Maverick kind of quit wrestling there for the last 5 seconds. Almost cost him.
So you get the 3. I'm gonna continue keeping up with the math. Reminder, it's 29-15. The scoreboard here in the gym, I believe, incorrect.
Yeah, I think they would have switched it by now if that was the case.
So it's 14 now. I don't know if they can.
And maybe they can't. I think maybe that's what coaches are checking over there.
So now you're looking, you need 14 out of 24.
This will be a fun little match too. Got 2 young wrestlers. Brock Swenson from St. Croix Central in the red. Griffin Marco here in the green. And there you go. There you get your score. We're right there. Both very positionally sound wrestlers, and they wrestle hard. Griffin Marco, very good positionally. He's going to stay in position. He's going to look for his underhooks, and I could tell he really enjoyed wrestling from a lefty collar tie and a wrist. He's got great motion. Brock's going to attack for 6 minutes. That's just how Brock is. You know, it doesn't matter if he's winning by 4, winning by 1, losing by 10. He's just going to go.
And I imagine that can be very tiring as an opponent too.
Very tiring as an opponent, but you know, you can wear yourself out too. So he's going to have to, especially against a really good opponent, Griffin Marco, you know, he's going to have to pick his spots. There you kind of see a step, try to whip him over there, try and catch him off balance as Griffin did there. You've seen 2 lefty singles there from Brock. That's kind of his go-to shot. Griffin, he wants to work a little bit from space. He doesn't want to be tied up too much. You can tell he's a little uncomfortable there. He wants to get to his underhook. There's that shot again from Brock, lefty single. He's just going to keep pulling the trigger. Right here, there's a good, there's that knee pull that he hit earlier today. He wants to get to a lefty underhook, and he wants to get to his knee pull on Brock's right leg. Both these guys, they have a game plan. They know what has gotten them this far. They're going to continue to stay committed to that. Good little level change fake from Brock. Nice little leg attack. Oh, good little re-attack run around there from Griffin Marco. He gets the leg up high. Nice little finish there from Griffin Marco. Quick little run behind. Finishes, quick finishes are at a premium. You need to, they're hard to come by against really good opponents. And that was really well done by Griffin.
And as we've mentioned a lot, ending the period on top.
Yep, that's a huge advantage. Griffin chooses down. He's going to change over. Nice little change over, sit out position, and then he's out, in and out.
And I imagine he's the guy that wants to attack from up here neutral.
Yeah, he wants to. His best position is on his feet. You know, he wants to get to that. He's going to club with his right hand. He's going to go underhook with his left, or he's going to go club left hand and knee pull right. So Brock, he's just going to kind of keep level changing, shooting. I expect him to continue to attack. You kind of saw him fall into Griffin's wheelhouse there with an attack. Don't get the leg. Griffin had a really good re-attack or run around. He's quick to that. So that's kind of what I was talking about. You need to kind of pick your spots if you're Brock. Griffin wants to maybe just down block and run behind. There it is again from Griffin. Right, he just missed on it, but he's kind of got Brock timed right now. He gets his hands down and he runs corner. And he's right there, and that's how he scored in the first period there with short time left. Almost scored again there. Brock's got to really maybe put 2 or 3 things together if he wants to get to Griffin's legs, because Griffin's a good opponent. And there he gets that leg. He's got to work hard. He's got to come up. He's got to shelf it, and he's got to come up, shelf it on his outside leg. There, he's doing a good job. He can't get pulled back to the mat. That's where Griffin wants you. He wants to pull you back down to the mat. If I'm Brock, I want to pull his leg up onto my leg. I want to keep coming to my feet, and Griffin's doing a great job of just continuing to pull, right? And that's a position, you know, you hope that it's a high-level position. You see a lot of college guys get there, and so you can tell that Griffin wrestles a lot out of the season. You know, he knew right what to do, right? And Brock just needed to get that leg shelved. And there's that underhook from Griffin. Third period here, 3-0. Brock's going to select the down position.
I imagine that's, I don't want to say no-brainer, but that's probably your best option here. Go down, get the escape, take down.
Yes,
get the tie.
You got to go down. Brock's you got to work hard here, though. You know, you see him get to this quad pod position, and he's not. He's bringing the knee out. I don't know how much they're going to let that go. But if you're Brock, you get to your quad pod position, but you can't stop there. That's just the starting point. And then you got to move from there. If I'm Brock, I got to get back to I'm going to go attack the hand on my ankle, right? Griffin doing a great job of keeping weight forward, right? Every time Brock kind of comes up, you see Griffin kind of drop right back down to that ankle, right? A good adjustment for Brock in this situation. Maybe go attack that hand, right? You know it's coming. Go attack that hand that keeps coming down to the ankle. Not really making that adjustment. That's kind of an adjustment you got to make as a high-level athlete. Mid-match adjustments, right? He just did the same thing 4 times in a row. Brock not really having an answer for it. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it if you're Griffin, right?
I mean, he's so far now. Oh, that's got to be uncomfortable that the earpiece come around like that.
Yep.
I suppose you want to say it out loud, but there's probably a little strategy if you're in a little bit of trouble, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think Griffin would use it that way, but I have definitely seen it that way, for sure. Yes.
No, I mean, and the advantage he's in, that would be a bad move.
For sure, for sure. You see Griffin drop right back down to that ankle or that knee. You know, that's kind of talk about it, but that's just an adjustment that has to be made in match, right? I mean, if you're really, you know, if you're a student of the sport and you know what's going on, all you do is just have to drop down to that. Griffin kind of doing a good job, just holding on, not doing a whole lot. Doing just enough to win.
As we get a
little blood time here.
You know, with 12 seconds left, you're going to get the restart. I mean, imagine step 1 is getting that first step out of that restart.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of time left. 12 seconds. A lot can happen here in 12 seconds, right? So, what's your first move going to be? You know, and we're going to see. You know, I hope you'd like to see the coaches maybe giving them a little bit of a game plan, but hopefully they've also wrestled in these situations where there's 12 seconds left in practice, right? You got to practice it, you know, before you can go and execute it in a match. So you hope that maybe they put themselves in those situations in practice. Still plenty of time left, you know. Quick escape and a takedown. A lot can happen.
Yeah, first step is you need the escape.
Yep.
Almost
got to his feet there. First time getting to his feet here in the third or in the match. These two are more than likely going to meet Saturday at the regional, at sectionals. It'll be a good, that's a good match. 3-0. That's within just within reach if you're Brock. Obviously it sucks to take the loss, but what kind of adjustments are you going to make? That's going to be the difference come Saturday. And Griffin, he's got to do the same thing. He's got to widen the gap a little bit.
So forfeit here at one.
St. Croix Falls decides to forfeit. Brings the team score to
32-21. 32-21.
Okay.
So that's
3 weight classes left.
Yeah, so you needed 11 out of the.
Or is it 2? We had 2 or 3 weight classes left.
So we'll be up.
This is 170. Okay, so we just have 175 and 190, and that's it.
So
2
you
weight
need
classes.
11. Basically, you need a pin. At worst case scenario, you need a pin in the tech fall, right?
Two
to
pins.
send it to a tie.
Yeah, you need 2 pins.
2 pins. I mean, it's
Yep.
doable.
Yeah. And you got a senior wrestling a freshman here, I believe. I believe this is Drake, if I remember right. Drake Peterson. And he's wrestling up. He's wrestling up from 165. He's going up, and he's going to wrestle Noah Nussbaum, who's probably a true 175 pounder. So, the advantage is definitely in your favor if you're St. Croix Central. This is probably who you want on the mat if you're St. Croix Central. And it kind of falls back to we talked about bonus points, right? I mean,
yeah,
you look back and see who executed where and who didn't, and that's kind of what the duel comes down to.
And here, if you're Central, I imagine you work a little bit here, and don't worry so much about the points in match, and get the release, try and get the pin here, because I mean, a decision doesn't do you any good.
Nope, it does not. Noah with a nice little takedown there to start right now. Now you gotta. A win isn't going to do you any good if you're St. Croix Central, and so you really got to go find a way to put points on the board.
Maybe take the first period to try and.
There's no. That's what you're looking. You're looking for those little suckbacks things that you catch them and get a quick little turn there.
Confusion on who got choice.
Yeah. I believe it would be 5-6. St. Croix Central has won 5 matches. St. Croix Falls has won 6 matches. So these bonus points have really played a big role here. These last couple this duel. And there Noah catches. He needs to look for a half right now. He doesn't. You got to look for a half right there if you're Noah, and that's big opportunity for Noah. You hold someone on their back. That's if I'm St. Croix Central, right? I look back and I say I just didn't capitalize right now on things. Lot of things that I just didn't capitalize on. Shark out of water, or smelling blood.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of opportunities that they've missed out on so far, and St. Croix Falls, I think you got to be pretty happy. I think they've pretty much executed on just about everywhere they could. So that's just been the difference so far.
And you look at a St. Croix Falls that was Division III last year, comes up to Division II. You think maybe, obviously they're on the smaller end of Division II, and then they come in against three of the, two larger,
Right. Yeah.
obviously a big co-op program, 3-4 schools,
Right.
Neillsville, Greenwood, Loyal, and then against a St. Croix Central that's towards the top end of Division II,
Right.
size-wise.
Yes. No, and I think that's kind of their mentality is they're all about outworking everybody. If I know Joe Rager pretty well, and I think that's kind of always been their mentality is really fear no one and just outwork everyone.
And
It shows.
we see them a lot in football.
Yes. Yep.
We cover the Colby Hornets and see a lot of St. Croix Centrals. That's a good move there. And more blood.
More blood.
So, I mean, I think it's one of those, I don't want to say forgotten, but kind of, it's off in its own little corner up there that.
Yep. Yeah, no, and maybe that's what gives them the edge, right? They kind of feel like they're always overlooked. They're kind of just up here. No one's paying attention to them. So if that's your edge, that's your edge.
And I imagine, for a wrestler, when you start getting these blood issues and it's constant, you can't really get into the groove of a match. It's got to
hard.
start getting a little
Irritated for sure. Yep. No, it is definitely frustrating as a wrestler. You kind of feel yourself really, figuring things out in a match, and then more blood, and that's your coach's job is to just keep you calm, relaxed, and just be ready to go.
They get everything cleaned up.
We're going to start neutral here. 45 seconds left here in the second period. Nice little shot there from Drake. He goes off to a double leg. He's driving. That's kind of that, maybe that strength of bumping up a weight class. I think he maybe felt the power a little bit. He was in so deep on that double leg, and he just had a hard time really getting his feet off the mat.
You see him taking some chances here.
Yeah, no, he's really presenting himself there in these positions. And this is the duel right here.
Yeah.
If he can't find a way to get a pin or at least get a tech to give the next guy a chance, that's the duel.
Yeah. So I imagine here we're going to see him take some shots that maybe he wouldn't in a normal tournament setting. Oh.
And there, Drake looking to come out the back there, and he does.
And
more blood. Keeps coming.
Oh. It seems like once you get that first one,
yeah,
it's just the nature of rolling, rolling around
stop.
and being so tight with somebody. It just kind of keeps going. But
yeah, once you get a really bad bloody nose, that it don't matter how much cotton you stuff up there. That thing is gonna keep going.
So now here in this situation, now you're St. Croix Central, your wrestlers on the bottom. What's your? I mean, and also for the Saints, like, are you just looking to ride this one out at this point, or?
Yeah, if you're St. Croix Falls, this match is won if you do not get pinned or you do not give up a tech. You win, right? It does not matter. He's wrestling up a weight class. Obviously, he wants to win, right? But his goal is don't get pinned, don't get teched, right? And that's a win for your team, right? And that's what today's about is can you come together as a team and make it happen? And so far, they've really wrestled well for each other. And just the opposite here for Noah, you know, a 2-point decision really means, you know, nothing.
Yeah.
You know, or a 3-point decision, 4-point. You know, you gotta find a way to flip him over, put him on his back. Otherwise, you know, you lost.
Even if it means giving up points here,
Even
like
if
letting
it gives
him go.
up, right? This is a shot of a lifetime to wrestle at the team state tournament. So, yes, Noah's got to find a way to maybe, you know, this is the time to kind of dig into your trick bag and see what can happen. And if you're Drake, right, you don't care what happens as long as you don't give up a pin or tech fall here. And really at this point, the only thing that can happen is probably a pin. So stay disciplined. Don't do anything that's gonna put you in a bad position.
And I mean, if you're here, would you go back up if you can?
If I'm Noah Nussbaum, yes, yep. Yeah, I gotta find a way to take him from his feet to his back, you know, which is probably the hardest thing in wrestling, right? I mean, that is the goal in wrestling, and that's why it's the hardest thing to do to someone else is physically take them to their back and hold them there.
Well, we're getting the full wrap the tape around the head.
Yeah, there's 40 seconds left. He says, just tape my mouth shut, tape my nose shut. I can stay off my back for 40 seconds. Let's just get out of here. I have a feeling on Saturday that thing is going to continue to continue to bleed.
Oh yeah, you're seeing now. I saw it at the conference meet I was at for the Great Northern. Kid had a full face mask as well. I think probably for a bleeding situation like that.
That's probably going to be maybe Saturday's situation. If he can't get that thing to stop bleeding, I think St. Croix Falls fans are loving this, right? Rambo out there. 40 seconds to send your team to this team state tournament.
Oh, that's.
And you can kind of just tell the energy difference between the two schools right now, right? One team's really getting behind, one community's really getting behind their school. Clock never stopped. They want the clock. Clock never really started.
Now it does start. That might have been the full period. Close to it.
He's holding the clock down.
There it is, and
That's match. And that's your duel.
Yep.
That's your duel.
St. Croix Falls will.
They're going to head down to the state tournament as a team and wrestle for a team state title.
I mean, that's and a great job there by. Trying to make sure I get the right guy. Drake Peterson, I believe that was.
Yeah, Drake Peterson, freshman,
staying out of trouble.
staying out of trouble, right? Do your job. We talked about it all week, all day. Who's going to do their job better?
Now, the question here: do you wrestle out this last one, or do you?
I hope so. This is a wrestling. We came to watch wrestling. We didn't come to sacrifice anything. So I hope so.
Next up, St. Croix Central,
So we will get the match at 190. I'm sure some bragging points and some confidence building heading into
Oh, for sure.
team
yeah.
sectional. I imagine both these guys
Yeah.
are probably there.
Oh, yeah. I think the only reason maybe you don't wrestle it is, safety.
Yeah.
There's more on the line now for both guys. Hayden Buckle, you got to be ready to go on Saturday, right? And St. Croix Falls, you got to be ready to go Saturday, and then you want to stay healthy for the team state tournament now.
Oh, that's.
You just sent your team to the state tournament. You want to bring your best squad, and there's a situation. A lot of chaos. That was a good fun 10 seconds right there. Chaos.
You would imagine if you're central here, you're wrestling. You get a few more points, make it look a little more respectable too in the final.
Yeah. No. Now there's really no pressure on either one. They can just go and wrestle. You can tell there was a lot of pressure, anxiety on both teams. You could just kind of sense it, feel it from up here.
As they wrestle this one out. So, yeah, so kind of going through, you got team sectional Saturday. Then you've got team state the following weekend. Or no, individual state the following weekend.
Yep.
Then team state.
Yep.
So there's a whole lot of.
Still a lot to look forward to. The best
yeah.
time of the year is still ahead of us.
Sectionals, if you get a chance to get over to Tomahawk, that is a fun day. A lot of wrestling.
Yeah, the wrestling just keeps getting better and better.
Well, there's 8, and the nice thing there is it's 8 at every weight class. You know exactly, you're not going to, unless somebody got hurt or is sick or something, is that big takedown.
Nice. That was a really nice shot by Hayden Buckle. Beautiful shot. Just countered well.
And
that was a beautiful, take nothing away from Hayden Buckle's shot there. That was a great shot, just like I said, very good counter there. And that'll send St. Croix Falls to this team state tournament.
And that's got to be a good, a nice little exclamation point to that one to get that big first period pin. So
nothing like sending the crowd home happy, right?
Oh, for sure.
That's they wrestled very well tonight.
So we're gonna turn it over downstairs. They're gonna have, I believe they're gonna have a plaque presentation, some other stuff. So stick around.
Awesome.
And we'll be back after that.
Thank you.
St. Croix Central Panthers.
I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Now can I please have the coaches for the section champion, St. Croix Falls Saints, please come collect your medals and your plaque. Your Division II section champions, St. Croix Falls Saints.
How much do you think that helped you guys coming into this one, that you guys got probably a good extra 20, 30 minutes of rest?
Yeah, I think it helped us with the emotional regulation. Last year we were here and we had a battle to start, and then we didn't really ever have time to calibrate ourselves. So I think it helped a lot.
And then obviously coming into this one back and forth, but you guys had the lead from the beginning to the end. You know, you got some early pins. How important was it there, those early pins, those first few matches?
Oh, massive. Massive, and we knew it'd come down to bonus.
And then obviously, you know, you get the win there with that, you know, with the loss on the decision. Wrestle 190, get a big pin, kind of the exclamation mark it. You know, what was kind of the environment of the team there to get that big pin right at the end?
So that was Mason Utgard, and he's had a tough few weeks. I can't tell you how much that meant to him and the team.
And then the easy question, you're going to be coaching at the team state tournament. How does it feel?
Feels amazing. Very happy.
All right, sounds good. Congrats on the win. Good luck down there, Coach Ragar. And we're going to bring in Kelly coming up here in just a moment. Kelly, we're looking up at the camera there. So we're going to start out, you know, first match. You guys were able to roll through pretty quickly. How nice was it to get that little bit of extra downtime before the championship match?
It was pretty nice. You know, we got to like watch a little bit. I know last year we had a close one against Central first round, so we got scouted out by Baldwin pretty good, but this year was like the opposite, so it was real nice.
And then obviously started this one, you guys get a couple big pins early, kind of held that lead the whole time. How much confidence did that give you, knowing that you guys had that lead and had the ability to maybe be a little more aggressive?
Oh, it was really nice. You know, watching Joe Petherbridge go pin that guy after missing most of the season, you know, that really got me jacked up. You know, I felt loose out there, where if it was a little closer, maybe I would have felt a little more nervous, but overall felt pretty good.
And then talk us through your match. You know, kind of talk through what you felt out there and what you got.
You know, I was looking to pin, but I don't know, I just had to keep scoring points. You know, we got late in the third, and we had to make a decision that we were going to go for the tech, so we had to get some late takedowns and push the pace a little bit.
And then obviously you guys clinch, kind of an odd way to clinch, you know, losing a decision. And then, you know, your guy goes out there at 190 and gets a first period pin. How much energy was there in the bench there when he gets that pin?
Oh, we are about to just explode. I don't really know how to describe it, but you know, just watching Drake's face get all taped up, and then our next guy go out and pin him is just so exciting.
And then the easy question: you're going to be wrestling down at the team state tournament down at the field house. You know, how does that feel?
It's awesome. I wrestled there when I was a sophomore. It's so loud you can't hear anybody talking, but I know it's going to be a fun time. It's going to be great to hang out with the teammates for one last time, and just going to have fun with the ride.
All right, sounds good. Congrats on the win. Go enjoy it with your team. We'll see you on Saturday at the team sectional.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's going to wrap our coverage up here tonight. We are back on the air Friday with basketball, and then we'll have highlights all throughout the day from Tomahawk for the individual wrestling sectional. We'll see a lot of these same guys there, so make sure to check that out on our Twitter feed at SOnFocus. We will be providing updates throughout the day there, but want to thank everyone for joining us. I'm Steve Ockenick, Sports on Focus. Enjoy the rest of your evening. The St. Croix Falls Saints are headed to state.